continue. Welcome back everyone to another stream. Police Simulator. Oh, I'm sure we've unlocked the fire extinguisher. I'm sure we have. Oh, you know what? I think I need to unlock all that stuff. Oh, I do. You know what? I think we'll do that another day. Like, I don't want to be aiming for unlockables this evening. I want to be aiming to just going on patrol. So... that is what I'm going to aim on doing. So...
we have a traffic stop that requires taking care of.
I've got 827 points and minus 2 conduct points. Why? I don't know why.
You're taking too long. Sending another unit.
Well, Ghost doesn't take that long. Wow, it's like nearly 2. Oh, it's 10 to 2 in the morning. Police Simulator time.
We have received reports of debris on the road. Is there an officer available to remove it?
Patrol 4561 responding. I will set up the roadblock.
Support required. Any officers available?
Patrol 4561 responding. I will set up the roadblock.
We require help in clearing street debris. Is there an officer available?
Wow, just looking at the graphics on this compared to Star Trek is just completely unreal.
Who's available?
Someone's trying to steal a car? What? Right outside the police station? Are you crazy? right outside the police
This is
station.
Patrol 4561. I'll deal with the accident.
I don't know what to say. Like, if anyone steals a car outside a police station,
Officers available. We need assistance.
that is true. Grand Theft Auto. Like, that person's in the wrong game. Alright, so we got our RoboCop type cop car. I think we're going this one. Yeah. The comfort of the car. The comfort of the car. Well, welcome to the cruiser. Welcome to my cruiser. You are very welcome to sit by my side in the seat. Enjoy the view.
You're taking too long to reach the scene. We're sending another unit.
Yeah, you send another unit. You send another unit, please.
Dispatch here. We have an emergency. Any available officers, please respond.
Sugar and spice. Is that the stolen car? Still on radar. Sterling car, sir.
This is Patrol 4561. I can take that.
A sighting of a stolen vehicle was reported. Can a unit follow up on it?
This is Patrol 4561. I can locate the vehicle.
We have an emergency. Who's available?
This is Patrol 4561 taking care of the accident.
We need an officer to take care of a traffic stop. Can you do it? You're taking too long. Sending another unit. Assistance required. Is an officer available?
This is Patrol 4561. I'll handle the accident.
Sir! Oh! Whoa, jeez! Whoa! 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 I didn't even know that could happen! What? The guy just got completely, like, just trampled by that car. Like, I just can't believe I saw that. Like, the look of it was so real. Normally they just fall down. I've never seen that, but that was epic. Jeez, is he dead? Sir! Sir! Holy smokes!
We require support. Who's available?
Please don't move while I apply a bandage to you. I have an injured person requesting an ambulance.
excuse me.
This is Patrol 4561. I'll look after the accident.
We require an officer to handle a traffic stop. Can you take care of it?
Let me know what you saw.
I'm an experienced driver. I was driving normally, officer.
You completely run that guy over.
Driver's license and insurance card, please.
Yeah, sure, officer.
You're taking too long to reach the scene. We're sending another unit.
Objects obstructing traffic on the road. Requesting an officer for the cleanup.
I'm not available at the moment.
Yeah, he's definitely like woozy, man. 675.
A roadblock has been requested. Who's available?
I am sorry, but I currently cannot follow the request to create a roadblock. I just need to collect a sample to see if you're under the influence of any illegal substances.
Wow, he's under no drugs.
All units. We have a reported highway accident.
Is he tired?
Let's just check if you're under the influence of alcohol.
Let's see. Is he tired? Oh, he's twice over the limit.
Dispatcher here.
Sir, you're twice over the limit, sir.
Assistance required. Is an officer available?
I have to arrest you for driving under the influence of alcohol. Please cooperate and move to the sidewalk.
What?
You nearly killed that guy.
This is Patrol 4561. I'll handle the accident.
Any officers available to transport an arrestee to the nearest police station?
Oh, man.
We have received reports of debris on the road. Is there an officer available to remove it?
Handgun. He's got a handgun. Alright, so you got a handgun permit, that's good.
Let me frisk you for any illegal
Support
items,
required.
please.
Any officers available?
I'm busy with other issues at the moment. I will proceed with the search. Please cooperate.
Full on search, sir.
We have transmitted the position of a suspect driving recklessly and possibly under the influence of alcohol. Please drive there and resolve the situation.
Oh,
This
he's
is Patrol
falling
4561 speaking.
everywhere.
I can look for that vehicle.
Any officers available? We need assistance.
This is Patrol 4561. I can take that. This is Patrol 4561. I can take that.
Can you send a tow truck to my current location? I have a vehicle here that needs towing.
Sure, it'll be with you shortly.
I have
This
a
is Patrol
vehicle here that needs
4561.
towing.
I can
I
create
need
the
a wrecker
roadblock.
at my current location, please.
Sure, it will be with you
Officer
shortly.
help requested for an emergency. Please respond.
This is Patrol 4561. I'll handle the accident.
We have received reports of debris on the road. Is there an officer available to remove it? We require support. Who's available?
This is Patrol 4561. I'll look after the accident.
Need urgent assistance in setting up a roadblock? Is anyone available?
Unfortunately, I am not able to set up a roadblock at the moment.
Support required. Any officers available?
Hey,
We need support. Who's available?
This is Patrol 4561. I'll deal with the accident.
Let's get in my car. Wow, I got a conduct point for that. Like, that's not too far into the street. Like, it is.
Nice to see you, officer.
It's right by a zebra. Like a pelican, right? So you're telling me it's in distance? Like, you are kidding me. What's the special parking zones? That's what I wanted to do. Oh man, I'm stupid. Right. Oh, it justifies a tow.
Can you send a tow truck to my current location? I have a vehicle here that needs towing.
No way.
Your location is currently unreachable. We'll send one as soon as possible.
That is so cool. Oh yeah, expired ID. Nah, doesn't justify a tow.
Assistance, officer. Could you please help me?
Hello there, sir. What seems to be the issue, sir?
Hey, I have no clue what the Giant Head Monument is, but do you know where it is?
The giant
Sure,
head.
it's right here.
I think we do, right? I think we've directed the giant head.
Thank you so much.
Wow.
officer.
It's good to see you again, officer.
I have a car here that needs towing. Please send a tow truck to my current location. I have a car here that needs towing. Please send a tow truck to my current location.
A wrecker has already been dispatched to your location.
These cups of coffee are either too strong, too hot, too cold. I'm still waiting for that perfect cup of coffee, you know what I'm saying? I am still waiting for that perfect cup. Nothing better than sitting on the job in the car, you know, having a nice drink of coffee. Am I allowed to smoke as a police officer on duty? Am I allowed to smoke on duty? Someone didn't use a turn signal. Oh, you're going to jail. Nah, it's alright, I didn't see it. I didn't see anything. Not a thing. The AI might have saw something, but I didn't. And that's the danger of AI in the future with traffic. They'll be able to pick up everything, the most minor infraction. Like 1 million fines a day picked up by AI. You know what I mean? And then there'll be a massive case where the AI was wrong. You know what I mean? But anyway, all visual anomalies are all gone through a judge anyway. So a human has to see. And with this AI coming out, this AI technology, you just don't know what it can make. I mean, in the next 10 years it'd be able to make just anything it wants. You know what I mean? And it's scary, to be honest with you. I think we should have limits now. Should be limits now with that. Is he stealing a car? I guess there's car crashes all over the place.
you describe what you saw?
I don't understand what happened, officer.
Show me your driver's license, and if available, proof of insurance, please.
Yes, officer.
Looks like he's
There you
high.
go.
Could be wrong, he looks a little bit high. He hasn't got any insurance though. He's been caught with narcotics, so it's quite possible he's carried something. So what we'll do, he's got no insurance, so we're gonna do a drug test.
I'll take a sample to check if you've taken drugs before driving.
Alright, he's not high. That's good, he's not high. So let's see if he's
I'm just taking
drunk.
a sample to see if you've been drinking and driving.
Good. So okay, he's got a minor infraction. So basically we can get him for this, and because it's a car crash we'll issue a ticket.
Here's a ticket for not having valid insurance.
You're spoiling my good vibes.
Can we frisk him?
Hands in the air and let me frisk you.
If he's getting angry we can frisk him. If it's a traffic stop, no we can't.
Please take your accident report.
Thank you, officer.
I have a vehicle here that needs towing. I need a wrecker at my current location, please.
Sure, it'll be with you shortly.
We're finished here. You're free to go. Have a nice day and take care. I have a vehicle here that needs towing. I need a wrecker at my current location, please.
Sure, it will be with you shortly.
This guy's gonna go nuts. Let's wait for Optimus Prime to do his thing. Wow, it just disappeared. Something that needs to be fixed, I suppose. Okay. Wrong button. About all the vehicles chug. Wow. Dangerous, right? Oh man, there's a thief. I don't know what it is. Oh jeez. thing is though with thefts is that the person who calls in the theft goes away quicker than the thief itself. So you end up finding yourself chasing down the thief, and by the time you caught the thief, the person who's reported the crime's gone. And it's not because you went too far away, it's literally because you took too long. So the game forces you to apprehend criminals and thieves on the spot as quickly as possible, put them in cuffs, get the belongings that they've stolen, ascertain that, give it back to the rightful owner. So the thief, I can't see. Apparently he's reported down here. You know, I miss playing Cyberpunk, and I think I put it on the other month, right? And I like playing the original game, like the original Burn. And I tell you something, right? It's unplayable. Like you get to a point in that game where the game just ceases to function. Like it gets so like in depth, the game, and there are certain cinematics that are just so incredible that the original Burn just, like, it will do it, but the amount of times it crashes and the problems you get, oh man, like some of the things you get, the weapons and the clothes, that, like, what it says it is and what it looks like it is has nothing to do with what you're wearing when you're wearing it. Like, it's so weird. Like, you could wear like a pair of sunglasses, a cap from a fun fur, a t-shirt, a pair of shorts, a pair of trainers, and that'll be stronger than bulletproof armour, you know. It's so weird. Oh dear. Hey, you okay there?
Could you describe the circumstances that led to the accident?
It's not my fault. There was something on the road.
Show me your ID and car insurance, please.
Sure, officer. Here you go.
Oh, yeah, extortion.
Please allow me to collect a sample to see if you're under the influence of any drugs. All right,
Good.
let me just check to see if you're under the influence of alcohol.
Good. No open warrants. Alright.
All right, here's your accident report.
That will be very helpful. Thank you, officer.
Very welcome, sir. Yeah, you can see everything's in order here. Mr. Noah. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Noah Kennedy. Hey, done very well here. Everything's in order. It all matches up with the paperwork, so you can go.
You can leave now. Have a great day. I have a vehicle here for towing. Can you send a tow truck to my current location?
The wrecker will be there in a couple of minutes.
Never gets old, that, you know. The tow truck never gets old. It's always fascinating. Poor guy left on the side of the road on his own waiting for a cab. Well, it's a massive interjunction. Oh, whoa, lucky son of a gun. Everything okay there, sir? See that you're jittering about. What happened?
I see you had an accident. How did it happen?
I'm still a bit shaken up.
I bet
hope
you
nobody
are.
got hurt.
Show me your license and car insurance, please.
Okay, officer. There you go.
Thank you, sir.
You'll take a test to see if you've been driving under the influence of drugs. Okay, let's just check if you're under the influence of alcohol.
Good. He's had a little sip, though. He's had a sip. Like a little drink.
I'm issuing you a ticket because you don't have valid insurance.
My lawyer will take care of it.
The thing is, though, sir, with great respect, you have an open warrant.
I have to arrest you.
What?
Sir, you've got an open warrant, which grants me a search.
Allow me to do a pat-down search in case you're carrying anything illegal. I need to do a search on you to see if you're carrying anything illegal.
Let's have a look. What have you got on you, sir? Alright, you got some smoke, some dice, some glasses, and a handgun. Do you have a permit? No, you don't. Sir, that's another charge.
You're under arrest.
Please, no.
My goodness, sir. You're a taxi driver as well? See if he's got over excess weed. Yeah, it could be clean. It looks clean. He may have a switchblade in the front of his car here. He may have a switchblade. There we go. He had a matchbook.
Where's your accident report?
Well documented and exhaustive report. Thank you, officer.
I have a car here that needs towing. Please send a tow truck to my current location.
A wrecker has already been dispatched to your location.
I'll escort you to the patrol car now. Watch out for your head. You have the right to remain silent. Any statement you make may be used for or against you in a court of law. You have the right to have a competent and independent counsel, preferably of your own choice. And if you cannot afford the services of a counsel, the government will provide you one. Do you understand these rights?
Wow. Wow, hang on a minute, like, so... I have to go round again? Unbelievable, because I missed a turn. Oh man, it's crazy. That is crazy. Whoa, speed on that Cinquecento. Fiat di Cinquecento. I remember like my sister-in-law, like she always got all that like Cinquecento stuff back in the day. Like I always remember there's always some new Cinquecento. You know what I mean? Like I'd be there one day coming home from school, and like my oldest brother there, but like, oh, she got another car. Don't tell me, a new Cinquecento. It's like back then I think you could like get a car on credit, and like if it was in immaculate condition and it was under a certain mileage, you could trade it in and get the next model up at the same cost, but you just renew your agreement again, right? I think it was like called something back then, like because credit was so flexible, especially with cars. Like they were giving those things away back then, you know what I'm saying? Like if you go way back to the 2000s, right? They were giving those cars away. They were giving them away. You know? And like she always had like a new Fiat Cinquecento. And I can't remember like, did you get a Punto? Did you get a Fiat oh whatever it's called, you know, whatever, right? Like no, Cinquecento. Like the same thing. People watch the speed here on the highway when you have your lights on. Don't want any accidents. Like, yeah, I remember those days. I always remember as well, part of him, right? My oldest brother and like sister-in-law, like they bought so many decks of cigs, right? They bought so many decks of cigs between each other, and back then you had something called focus points, right? And they accumulated so much focus points, right? Like there was enough to go on a hang gliding trip. Not like one of them crazy hang gliding trips you get in the catalogues that like you look at it like, nah, that's not real. Like that's not real. It's like Argos advertising aeroplane lessons. You just wouldn't. You just wouldn't agree with it, right? But they had so much focus points, right? And I think I remember, like, I think I got something. I think there was something you could get, like, with them. Like, can you imagine buying cigarettes back then and getting tokens to get prizes? Can you, like, can you imagine that now? Like, hey, buy some vapes and collect all these points, and you can get like a, I don't know, like a pair of trainers or whatever. Oh. Oh, funny times, I tell you. Like that, you know that that star you had back then with like the short blonde. She had like, and my oldest brother had like the quiff. The floppy quiff, you know. definitely the floppy quiff. And no, it's funny like that. Not funny. Ten to 10. My friend online. The what? No, he's not. Not been online for days. Well, properly. Oh, that's good. Oh, shut up, your face. Oh, the good old music back in the day. Good old music back in the day, like. Oh man, I'm gonna squash these Maltesers. Oh, I think I did. Them cheeky gentles. Excuse me. Absolute pig. Oh man, that is foul. I don't know if anyone will ever put up with that. I don't think anyone ever will, to be honest with you. And if anyone ever does, God bless you. So cool how the prisoners are in the rear mirror. Oh, it's so cool. I love that stuff. You know, on the Sega Mega Drive, Genesis, whatever you want to call them, even the Sega Saturns, PlayStations, they all tried to get like the mirrors right. Like the mirrors, and they never could, right? And it's only until the PlayStation 2 came out, right? With Metal Gear Solid Sons of Liberty, right? I think it's called Metal Gear Solid Sons of Liberty, I think. And it had really good shadow play. You know, shadows, you see now, like shadows, right? Because you're probably thinking, oh, shadows, like, oh, like, it's only shadows. Well, there was a time, right, when games never had shadows and light. Yeah, it was basically the only shadows you got was mainly underneath the character, which was like a circle or a square or a unique blend of techniques. Normally spacecraft would be the most accurate shadows back then with games. So if you were a spaceship flying, a shadow on the ground, it would rarely be a circle. It would only be a circle if it was like a rushed game. You would get a game like Colony Wars or Air Combat 2, you know, Ace Combat, all that kind of type of stuff, like the major Konami games back then. You'd have got better shadow play. It wouldn't have been the most fascinating of shadow. But you had .2D games had really good shadows. So if you had like a 3D game, the PlayStation actually was not meant to build 3D games. So Crash Bandicoot, Gran Turismo, Resident Evil, right? All these games that were 3D were not supposed to come out. And they came out because of investors, right? Because no one bought into the video game business. Nobody ever did. Right? No one gave it a chance, right? It was always left to like Blockbuster or their own names to promote the product. It's only until Microsoft got involved that that kind of changed. And Sony, right, were kind of okay without all those big major names. They were kind of happy about that at the time because they would have got all the promotional revenue. Well, the PR, as it's called. Promotional revenue, as they say. Well, I think I'm at wrong side here. They got all that back then, so like all these 2D games that you see, these really good 2D games for the PlayStation, are actually all the best. So if you look at all the games now that are 2D, games like Blood Omen, Legacy of Kain, right, it's a 2D game, right, it's an overhead Legend of Zelda type game, but instead of it being Link, you're a vampire. And all the best PlayStation 1 games, right, are all 2D. Right, they might have a three-dimensional, like, essence to it, certain games, but there's only a few games that are fully 3D where you can control the camera in a full 360 degree angle. Like you couldn't do stuff like that until Mario 64 came out. Stuff like camera rotation and shadow play and light physics, all this stuff we see now that we take for granted, were all major promotional features of consoles and games back then. And games like Mario 64, The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, all these games had a three-dimensional world, right? And everything else was basically just, like, you know, a sheer reflection, a minute effort of what those games really are. Mario and Zelda, those two games, and Turok, were, like Turok was a three-dimensional game, first-person shooter, and GoldenEye, right, Turok and GoldenEye, Ocarina of Time, Mario 64 and Mario Kart. So you had your racer, you had your action games, you had your role-playing games, you had adventure, right, fantasy, you know. And then if you were feeling like you wanted a little bit of everything, where it was like confusing as anything, you played games like Castlevania 64, because games like that just didn't make any sense. They didn't make sense. They didn't have any sense to them. You knew that you were going to fight Dracula, but like getting there, like, and I remember, right, there's a game called Shenmue, right? You can get it for the PlayStation now. It's just like, you can just get it. But I remember when that thing got announced, right? And got announced in the 90s, right? Got announced in the 90s in like a magazine. Like, I'm talking like probably like mid 90s, right? And that game, right, was in development for like 4 years before that advert came out. And it took another 4 years for it to come out. It took nearly 8 years to make that game. And you know what? It's like, I think for the Dreamcast it was about 6 discs long. Each disc was 1 gigabyte worth of data on the Dreamcast, because they were called GD-ROMs, right? That Sega had their own format. That's how good Sega was. They created their own format, right? Who does that these days? Who creates their own format? Nobody would have the stones to make their own format. Nobody would. But I tell you something, Sega did. And if you look at any Dreamcast disc, that is not a CD-ROM and it's not a Blu-ray. It's not even a HD DVD. It's a GD-ROM. Which meant that it could compress like what? 333 megabits. Or megabytes, sorry. Of RAM. You know, the memory on the disc itself, there was like 333 megabytes worth of free open RAM to use. It was something like that, right? And what that meant is that you could have more colours, right? More colours. And with more colours becomes more opportunities for more port connections, right? So that disc, right, had enough application memory to function with the VMU in your controller, right? Like a mini console that went in your controller, right? That connected with the software. It's called firmware. Not many people use firmware these days unless you've got a PC. But you could get firmware for the hardware consoles on Sega. That's how versatile the Dreamcast was. Such a really good console. I remember buying it. And it was revolutionary. I was playing online gaming on the Sega Dreamcast in 1999. I was playing Phantasy Star Online with people in Japan via text chat. In a random virtual hub in the game. unbelievable. And you could get invited to a clan or a group or something. You know what, that game, Phantasy Star Online, the original one for the Sega Dreamcast, is actually better than the Xbox One version. Not like the Xbox One reboot. They made that Phantasy Star Online stuff. That original one for the Dreamcast is actually better than that. It's actually better. A lot better. And the Dreamcast as well. It used to run off kilobits. Right, so if the Dreamcast run off kilobits, there were two modems available for the Sega Dreamcast. There was a 36 kilobit modem and there was a 55.5 kilobit modem that needed an enhanced Dream key that you can only buy from Sega directly to use that thing, because you needed the key to register the IP address on Sega's mainframe through the booted modem, through the upgrade. And what it would do is it would improve your internet connection, and that would run at 55.5 kilobits per second, like 55.5 kilobits, right? Excuse me. So that meant that there's like 1060 or 1080 kilobits in a megabit, right? So it would take at least, I don't know, 20 seconds to download a megabit. The nightmare is when stuff was loading in, when you went on a website, and I think it was called Dream Arena was the search engine. You go on Dream Arena and you type in what you want, and it takes you to the link and the URL or whatever, and it'd be loading on a downward thing. It'd be like a downward thing, right? So stuff would be loading downward, down your screen, like a picture and stuff. So sometimes it would half load, right? And it just would never load past that part, and you'd restart and refresh or whatever, and it would never go past that part. And I never knew to this day why it never did go past that part. And it's only until I found out that later on in life the reason why it never did is because there was a video. There was a video that was online that you could watch, and the Dreamcast couldn't load the video. It didn't have the chip. It would load the code, right? Load the code, but it wouldn't form it. But it would at least transmit it, so you could at least go on the site. And it never did work proper. The only way Dream Arena would work properly is if you actually went on Sega's websites. So it was built to go on Sega's websites, Sega's links and Sega's hubs. If you went on that, oh, connection was brilliant, everything loaded quick, blah blah blah. But once you left that hub and went and did something else, like went on your own little trip online, oh jeez. Like, I remember, like, for the first time, ordering tickets, right, for a cinema, right. And I remember, like, I think my mum and dad at the time were worried about, like, not getting any tickets for this movie they were watching, and I reserved them online on the cinema they were going to, on like this Dream Arena. I said, look, I'll reserve the two of them for you. Like that bullshit. Reserve, this is your code. You know, write down this code and hand it on. Like, you didn't have to hand over a coupon. It was just, you just handed over a code, and you got the tickets. And they were like, that, yeah, it worked. It was like, that's what you could do back then. That was super advanced at the time. That was my favourite console ever made, that. The Sega Dreamcast. If anyone ever asked me what was my favourite, that would have been it. For the sheer accessories. Like, Sega just threw all their money at it. Like, they didn't want to pay any taxes. They, at the time, like, the high tax rates for having high money. Like, obviously they paid taxes, but not the extra high value, so they just threw all the money into accessories. Oh, it was brilliant. Headsets, mouses, keyboards, controllers, VMUs, different coloured Dreamcasts, different VGA cables. Oh, it was just insane. There was a unique Dreamcast model that came out that had a Sega Saturn built in it, where you could play your Sega Saturn games on a Dreamcast. But it never came out, it was never released. It was made though. It was made. Like, I remember Neo Geo consoles, right? Neo Geo. Like, I've got a Neo Geo emulator now with about 100 games on it, right? The consoles back then were about £3,000 for a console. I had this gaming magazine with computer games and all that, and it had this catalogue at the back for orders. We phoned this number and ordered stuff through the catalogue at the back, and Neo Geos were £2,999 and 95 pence. Each game for that console cost, like, I think Fatal Fury was like, excuse me, I think it was like 750 quid. I'm not messing. £750 for a game. For a game. Not for a console, for a computer game. From Japan, SNK. That's how much SNK were charging for their hardware. And it was a 24-bit hardware. It was an arcade machine in your home that could only play SNK games, and it was £3,000. And there was some I think the cheapest game for the Neo Geo was like 500 quid. Like, the cheapest rubbish game was like 500 quid, and that was like a, I don't know, like a shooter, I think, overhead shooter thing. Even that, like games back then in consoles were just bizarre, right? You know, they were weird. because you just didn't know which direction it was all going. You didn't know. No one knew which way it was going. And then all of a sudden, right, like games like Final Fantasy VII Parasite Eve, right, these type of games, they really like change games into people. That's when computer characters started to look like people, like Resident Evil and Silent Hill and Parasite Eve. They all tried to create real people. Where in Final Fantasy VII, they didn't use real people. They used like a bubble type emoticon type model, right? They were emoticons. Cloud, Tifa, Barrett. They were emojis that had been evolved. Evolved emojis you could call Final Fantasy VII. But number 8, Squall, right? He's the more human. The more human. And that's what happened with games back then. They wanted to become more human. And to do that, they needed more powerful technology. Hence, when you got the PlayStation 2, you had like Snake, Sons of Liberty, and you had games like Tekken and all that stuff, and you know, games started to become more human form and human worlds. Where back in the 90s and the late 80s, games took place in a world that didn't exist. It was like a world that like, you know, the world of Dizzy, the egg with the boxing gloves, and you had Mario and the Mushroom Kingdom, and you know, there was only a certain amount of games that had that human format, like Castlevania. That was a human, you know. There we go, put him in here.
Please stay calm and cooperate.
And then when games like Grand Theft Auto 3 came out, you know, when not only did characters start to become human, they started to behave and speak and act like humans, because that is what Rockstar did. Rockstar changed the industry in a way that Hollywood did with theatre. Which is why Rockstar is so popular to this day, is because they created theatre in computer games. They created that artwork of characters. No one else has done it. No one else. Excellent job. The Division, Tom Clancy, all those things. But Rockstar Games created theatre in computer games, and now games are not accepted unless it has some kind of realistic, high detail, kind of like a reflection of our own universe, like in the control of our hands, where we can, you know, like that new No Man's Sky 2 game coming out, like No Fire, whatever it's called. Like it's all about being on a realistic Earth planet. You know, and how games have gone from being an actual activity where it was simple. You only needed to know a few keys. There was only a few screens that you could access. You didn't have a world, you had screens. That's why Nintendo took over the market. Clearly, because they didn't have screens. They had scrolling. They had parallax, right? It's called parallax scrolling, I think they call it in the industry. Or they did. It's where like images like go back and forth to create some kind of like motion. And from that point, the aim is to make them more real, right? The more real the game, the more real the character, right? Like the more real the character. So the more real the character, the more real the game, the more real the enemy, the more real reasons. We want real stuff. We want theatre. We want Shakespeare. We want Leonardo da Vinci. We want it all in a game. We want it all, right? As players. And it all started with the PlayStation 1, with that Metal Gear Solid, you know, the cinema Metal Gear Solid, with Psycho Mantis. Yeah, it's telling you what games you've been playing on. Like, it's when games started to become a bit different, you know, like and now we've become viewers and players of simulation games because they're real, right? And you wouldn't want to play that. Let's see. What do you think? It's late at night. He's not using a turn signal.
The reason I stopped you is because you didn't use your turn signal properly.
How could you see that it wasn't on when you were on the other side?
Well, it wasn't me, it was the computer actually. But to be fair, I'm learning, so I like to see some
Let me have a
ID.
look at your license and registration, please.
Here you go, officer.
It's like in games, like imagine that Rockstar created theatre, right? But Nintendo created characters, right? So before Nintendo, characters on games were non-existent. You might have known of Pac-Man or people may have known of Donkey Kong, right? So it's either Pac-Man or Donkey Kong. Where when Mario came out, everyone knew who Mario was. He was on crisps, cereal, mums knew who he was, dads knew who he was, families knew who he was. Everyone was playing Mario Brothers. Everyone did. Everybody. From doctors, to lawyers, to judges, to police officers, to fire wardens, to normal regular workers. Like non-priority workers, like till workers, warehouse, everyone did. Everyone had a copy of Mario Brothers. Everybody. In America, more or less, the average family who had the money did it. And characters is what Nintendo are good at doing. Rockstar are good now at making characters and creating the theatre that goes with them. Like the world itself is a character, right? So with Rockstar Games, the actual Amberino, the storm at the beginning of Red Dead, everything about it, the world, the trees, the grass, everything, it's a character. It's an actual thing. Like it's an NPC itself, the world that you are in that game. It's the only game that exists where you're in an NPC itself, because the thing's alive. It's like the thing exists in real life, like as if the people actually operate when you're not playing, which does exist in games. That was one of the main features in one of the Fable games. You know, your money and stuff and your properties, it was all part of features. And like games in general, like Konami, they created you know, you got like shooters, like aeroplanes and stuff, and you had people who were used to walk. Well, what they did, Konami, they put the two together and created a fast-paced character that had the ability to shoot things or use a lengthed weapon like a whip, a flail, or in some cases a laser, bullets. You know, like Capcom did it with Mega Man. It amazing things back then. You know, and developers now use the same codes back then than what they do in the games now. So like the NES, the GameCube, everything, all of that code is still being used. Hey, Police Simulator, hey! Welcome to the stream. We need no update. It's been 4 months. Well, I think it's a beautiful game. New update in police cars, really? Wow, when? How about the height of everyone? Everyone's 6'4". I'm looking at the height, I'm trying to be like really observant. And I see, and it's that's one thing I've always noticed. But amazing game though. But what's coming out in the police cars? Wow, next month. Oh, wicked. I love this game. It is officially my favourite game. I am officially I don't know if you can tell, I've played it quite a lot. I even created a playlist really into this. Constable Ghost. It's a beautiful game. It is. It is. And the people who made it are extraordinarily talented and skilled. Their intelligence on systems is unbelievable. I don't know how they do all the stuff. It's exceptional. They must be tired and exhausted. Which one am I driving? Give me a second. I will show you. Oswald. His name is Oswald. Thank you, Oswald. 1 second. The new DLC. The DLC one. Well, I call it the Terminator 1 car, because it's the same car that Arnie and you know, in T1, it was when I got the DLC I got even more hooked on it. So I was already interested, and then I just got really hooked when I got the DLC, and I got these new skins. I got a new shirt, some new boots and pants. But I do like the vests. I would like if they had more vests. Like, but that's just me. I just like vests, because like they're pretty cool. But yeah, amazing game. But yeah, I invested in the DLC. It's actually worth every penny, actually, because if you look at it right, like how big the map is on, like that is a lot to patrol, and not to mention all these little streets that you can go in. So cool. Yeah, but welcome to the channel, and thank you very much for saying hello. Looking forward to the police cars, the DLC, all that stuff. Let's have a look. Driver's license.
I'd like you to leave your car and go to the sidewalk.
I don't know if he's driving under the influence of alcohol, but when they go on the phone like that, it's because they're nervous. If we go close, you can sometimes see, like, if they've got dilated pupils, or seems swerving a lot. When you look at it, he's kind of like swervy, but I don't know. He's kind of thin on the face, which tells me that, I don't know.
I just need to collect a sample to see if you're under the influence of any illegal substances.
Well, that's good. He's got a clean bill of any amphetamine.
Okay, let's just check if you're under the influence of alcohol.
If it was in the day and he didn't use a turn signal, I'd give him a verbal warning, because it's night time and he's already been warned for it. He had a verbal warning for not using a turn signal lock. Nah, he's gonna get a ticket.
I have to issue you a ticket for failing to signal, which should be around $60 to $150.
Really? That's so much money.
You're good to go. Drive safe and have a nice day.
If they did have like a update for the police cars, like having the lights stretch further. Not the front lights. Oh, it looks like he's going to drive off, doesn't he? It does look like he's going to drive off. Oh, she does. Oh, yeah. Racer car, huh? Looks like it's not been washed in a long time. Who's the owner? Let's see. Lois Webb. Well, hello, Lois. How are you? Let's see. She was born in 1988, which makes her like what at the time? 2023, is it, on the calendar inside the game? So what? 98. It's like what? 35? 33? It's about 33. She's going through red lights and she's been done for speeding and parking in a taxi zone, right? Hello, Lois. Hello. You went through a red
I
light.
stopped you because you blew through a red light.
No, it was still green.
She appears anxious. May I see some ID, please?
Would you please show me your ID and the vehicle insurance?
Sure. Here you go, officer.
Thank you, ma'am. Alright, our ID checks out. Let's see. No open warrants. Everything's valid. She's going through red lights. Late at night? Nah. Even in the day? Nah.
Please exit the vehicle and step to the sidewalk.
Not gonna tolerate it late at night like that. She's obviously going somewhere or is in a rush to go through a red light at 4 o'clock in the morning. Alright, let's see.
I'll just need to take a sample to determine if you're under the influence of any illicit substances.
Good.
All right.
Let's hope she's not
Let me
been
just check
drinking.
to see if you're under the influence of alcohol.
Let's have a look. Good. She's anxious.
Let me pat you down, in case you're carrying something illegal.
She might be. Let's have a look. Yeah, she might be.
I will proceed with the search. Please
Could be a
cooperate.
handgun or a switchblade. Let's have a look. It's a handgun. Let's see. Ah, she got a gun permit, so she was nervous. It's alright, she got a permit. That's fine. It's the smoke, so she's obviously got more smoke in the car. But she's not under the influence of it. So I don't think it justifies a search of the vehicle. But she is being anxious. She went through a red light. I'm gonna give it a try. Me personally, I don't think it will let us. No. It doesn't warrant it, even though she's anxious. At least I'm learning the rules though. The law of the land as I go along as a rookie. As a blue flamer. Alright, so...
I will now fine you between $120 and $250 for driving through a red light.
Great, and I don't have a lawyer at hand.
All clear. You're free to go. Stay safe and have a great day.
Let's have a look. This person... Valid ID. Okay. I loved working on the parking meters in this game. I loved it. Back in the beginning. There you go, like a fire hydrant look, so... Like, this isn't allowed, right? Background check. So... Amica... Guara. Well, Amica... You've been convicted of selling narcotics. And guess what? You're parked in front of a fire hydrant, which means you'll have to collect your vehicle at the
Can
towing
you send
station.
a tow truck to my current location? I have a vehicle here that needs towing.
Tow truck will be at your location shortly.
Thank you, Sebastian. Ah, this one's okay. So... Let's see. Invalid registration. I don't know if we can find them for that, but we can have a go. I think we can, you know. I think you can tow it when it's an invalid registration, but... Look at that, she's got an expired ID, an invalid registration. People pay money to get the registration renewed. Background check. Yep, used to love doing street duty like that. Takes me back. Alright, did we take our geezer back in the cells? We did. Good. Nothing you can do. Whoa. Gotta be careful, we can't injure other people. Alright, I'm gonna go for it. Oh my lord! Oh man, I just went past him. We got this. Oh, it's so stiff. This is so... Oh no, we got away. No. That was just totally radical. Can't win them all, I suppose. I did take out that car though. It must have been like reinforced. I don't know. Not a clue. All I know is it was like, I think I needed that big chunky car. There's like a car you can get that's like built for those situations, you know. And I needed that car. Didn't use a turn signal, eh? Oh dear. Alright. Let's see. I pulled you over because...
The reason I stopped you is because you didn't use your turn signal properly.
I used my turn signal.
Well, sir, I'm going to need to see your ID and insurance.
I'd like to see your ID and car
If it's
insurance,
genuine,
Here
everybody,
you go, officer.
let's have a bash at this. I want to see it. Alright, looks nothing like you, sir. Let's see. Alright. He does look nervous. Look. Whoa, look at that car, it's a mess. Alright,
I'd like you to leave your car and go to the sidewalk.
look at this car. Look at that. You been driving in that? Alright, sir. Let's see. Alright. One moment. My apologies about that, sir. No one likes blue lights flashing in the face like that. I can get a decent look at you, sir. Alright. Alright. Oh, it's a different vehicle.
I'm just collecting a sample to see if you've used any drugs while driving.
He's done something, I think. He has. I knew he'd been on cocaine. I knew he was on cocaine. I knew he was. Is it?
All right, I'm just
He's probably
collecting
not
a
been
sample to
boozing, he
check if
might
you've
have
had any
been.
alcohol while driving.
So, no, he's not. He's just been on. He's just been on the Colombian secret. Let's see. What else could we get him on? Okay, so now that he's done that, we'll arrest him under the influence of cocaine. So
I have to arrest you for driving under the influence of narcotics.
Please. No.
this warrants a search, right? So,
Let me frisk you for any illegal items, please. I have to search you.
Full
Kindly
search?
cooperate with me.
I think he might have a handgun. If he's got cocaine, it. Oh, he had a switchblade. It's not a handgun, it's a switchblade. So that's even worse. He hasn't even got a gun permit. That's probably in the car, right? So he's got a switchblade. So we're gonna arrest him on further charges for the switchblade.
I have to arrest you for carrying a switchblade with you. It's against the law.
Please, don't do that.
This warrant to search the vehicle. Oh, it's a pickup. He's not even been fined for his windshield yet and his failure to turn. So let's check the dash. Right, the glove box. Let's have a look. What's he got? Nothing in his front seat. Fair enough. I've got a feeling he's got a handgun. Pocket knife. Fair enough. Oh, he's allowed to have a pocket knife. Let's see if he's got any narcotics on him. Let's see. Another switchblade. He's already been arrested for that. Let's see. Nothing. You know what? He might not have any on him. He might just had a quick hit before he come out. He's just got loads of switchblades. He just likes knives. Alright.
I have to fine you for failure to use a turn signal. It will cost you between $60 and $150.
Jeez, that's a hefty price.
I'm giving you a $250 ticket for driving with a broken windshield.
I can't believe this is happening.
At night time, sir. At night time. Do you realise that? Right, never mind the daytime. It's even worse at night. And you didn't use a turn signal. And you're on coke. And you've got 4 switchblades. You're insane. You're nicked, Sonny Jim.
Taking you in.
You're nicked.
Get into the car, please.
Watch your head, sir. Let's see. He's violent, abusive. Wow. Right piece of work.
I have a vehicle here for towing. Can you send a tow truck to my current location?
The tow truck will be at your location shortly.
Here comes Sebastian on Optimus Prime. Truck, what? Tow Truckimus Prime. All we need is just like blue in there. It turns like yellow, bit of blue and white. Put like a bit of a back truck on there so the cars can go in.
You have the right to remain silent. Any statement you make may be used for or against you in a court of law. You have the right to have a competent and independent counsel, preferably of your own choice. And if you cannot afford the services of a counsel, the government will provide you one. You understand these rights?
Oh, excuse me.
to go to the police precinct cell.
Kindly and cooperatively come this way, sir.
Stay here until...
Stay here until further notice, sir. I'll finish off the sentence for you, man. Computer person, I don't mind. Oh, I'm actually tired now. Ghost is actually tired. Wow. Very lovely people watching. This person's just been arrested for driving under the influence of cocaine. So I did my duty as law enforcement officer of Police Simulator Universe. It's my duty, sir. Jay Watts, but inside the police station. It has been phenomenal though. Awesome playthrough. Really enjoyed it. This is actually a continuation of the shift we started last night, and I don't think we've finished it just yet. I think we've still got another 5 till 6 till 6. Still got another 2 hours and 56 minutes left of this shift. So really what I should be doing is like just logging out, you know, just going to the main menu. Because if you do a full shift, because we've accumulated 1,988 points. I think the most I've ever done in a shift, in a session, is about 2,500 points, which I think I did another 2 or 3 car crashes on top of this. So I'm kind of like getting a little bit lazy in my later hours of this game, like lazy in a more other sense, like I'm looking out for other stuff to learn, like how to take out cars in collisions and stuff like that, and when to use my gun. Like I ended up having to get someone out the car the other day with like the gun. I didn't want to get it out, but I had no choice. Like you have to get out your gun. Because we started, I had 850 points, so we just got an extra, like, what we got, like about 1,000 points this evening. So if we did carry it on tomorrow, thing is though, I want to do like a morning shift, but it's daylight. Because it's more fun. The only thing is the lights are better at night. You know, the lights on the car. it goes either way. You either enjoy the lights on the car or you enjoy the broad daylight with the graphics. You know, but the game performs better at night. As you could well imagine. No surprise there. That's just physics and all that stuff. But thank you very much for anybody who watched though. Nice to have a couple of commenters this evening. I know some of the individuals who were watching the channel were kind of unusual. Kind of unusual, yeah. Delicate. Let's just say that I'm very happy that they don't waffle on anymore. And don't type any verbal diarrhea on my channel. You know? A lot of people were typing they were typing verbal diarrhea. And I was tired of cleaning it up. I was trying to clean up the diarrhea. You know, when there's diarrhea everywhere, who wants to clean that? Who even wants to go anywhere near that? Who wants to go near diarrhea? Anyone put their hands up? Everyone put their hands up and say they're going to be the first one to do that. Even if people get paid to go near it, going to be the last people to go near it. They get paid to go near it. And even they don't go near it. They stay far away as possible from it while they clean it. You know why? Because it's called diarrhea. Why is it called diarrhea? Because it's absolutely diabolically real. And that is what this channel was subject to. Well, I was. I didn't mind it. I thought it was quite funny, actually. It's like the most like toxic individuals with underlying issues taking it out on the channel, like venting it, circumventing the frustration and angers of life into the channel arcade and putting it part of its mainframe. Well, good luck with that. It's like, imagine you were inside a computer game and there was like, I don't know, like a firewall chasing you and you had to run away from it, and all you can do is just keep running and jumping. That didn't happen, right? That didn't happen. There was no firewall. I am the firewall. I was the wall that was on fire. I melted all the goblin files. Bye bye. And you know what? All it takes is like people will watch, right, for like weeks, months even, right? And all I've got to do is say one thing. That's all I've got to do wrong. Is like, you could be awesome and you could say one thing wrong because you're tired, you've been playing for 5 hours and you're shattered, and you might just say something like that isn't normally as awesome as what you would do because you're tired. Some people just like hold on to it, and I'm glad that these people don't come here anymore, because I'd rather have people who like to just chill and watch and just listen to me play, because a lot of people like that, you know. A lot of people don't always want to put comments on. You know, some people just like to join to listen to the YouTuber and watch the YouTuber play the game. Some people don't like talking on chat. Who wants to do that all the time? I don't do it when I go on channels. I just watch the content. And sometimes I just like watching the chat if it happens. I can see why people do it. You know, it gives people a vibe as what's going on. And my channel is all about chill. It's all about chill. It's all about Red Dead Redemption 2 story. The Kingdom Come Deliverance series. Ghost Recon. Resident Evil. Spider-Man. Farming. Dark Souls series, Nightmare Creatures, universe. I was playing on Nightmare Creatures the other day, actually. Got it right there. The SimCity 2000, Mortal Kombat Trilogy. Blood Omen, Legacy of Kain, Warhammer, Grand Theft Auto London, Abe's Exodus, Abe's Odyssey, Urban Chaos, which was really good. Urban Chaos, that's where you played as a cop. Urban Chaos. But it was like a character who looked like Michonne. You know, like before Michonne from The Walking Dead was Michonne. Like, it looks just like her, but it was before Michonne. But she's a cop. Like Rick. So, she's kind of like Michonne, who's not Michonne, who's doing a job like Rick. Kind of like a deputy. And Urban Chaos was one of the first games where you got to do a driving test. Like back then, for some reason, games had to do a driving test, like with Driver, Gran Turismo, Urban Chaos. Like most driving games required you to do a driving test or a lesson. Oh, we'll just end the shift.
Your shift is over, officer.
Thank goodness. Wow, look at all this work we did. Unbelievable. All by myself. All by myself. You're absolutely beautiful for watching me though. Thank you very much, whoever you are. If anyone is watching, you know that I never know if anyone's watching. I never do. But I appreciate it. It's like 11:25 and I'm tired, so I'm gonna go to sleep. Thank you very much. And I'll be streaming again tomorrow if anyone feels like they want to join the company. You know, you're always welcome, so thank you very much, and good night and God bless, and you're lovely for watching, and I look forward to hopefully joining a YouTube video with you guys again tomorrow. So take care, good night and God bless.